Welcome back for part 2 of our Baldur's Gate Siege of Dragonspear Evil Party playthrough. We are continuing the adventures of our protagonist Qilafae, a drow assassin from Baldur's Gate 1, now in Siege of Dragonspear. And we are picking up where we left off last time. Oh, let's see.
It is done.
And I can't even sell those. I don't know why I'm hanging on to them.
Your concern?
Got Glint, Stefano, who I really don't need, Dynahir, Minsk, and Viconia. As I kind of brought up the end of the last stream, my concern at this point in reassembling my party from BG1, you do not get Shartil or Kagane back. Those aren't even options. So those two have to be replaced. But what I wasn't thinking about is the fact that Edwin and Minsk and Dynahir don't mix. So as soon as you recruit Edwin, Minsk and Dynahir take off. What I'm probably going to have to do, because I left some equipment on Edwin, is drop Minsk and Dynahir, recruit Edwin, get the stuff back off of him, then re-recruit them and go pick up Baloth instead. Which I can do all of that on this map, so it's not going to be terribly difficult. It's just going to be a little bit fiddly, which I don't like having to do, but that's just kind of where it is with the party composition we've got going on.
Thy called. Thou wouldst have me leave thy company?
Indeed.
For the moment, let's bring Core 1.
Camp set. Watch us too. We've been marching hard, covered a lot of ground, but we've still a ways to go. Everyone could use a rest. Yes?
And actually, something else about SoD, because of the fact that the people who aren't even in your party do kind of join in that final fight, it's good to make sure that they are all leveled up and at least reasonably equipped. So it definitely does not hurt to bring them into your party, at least briefly. Now, one thing I will do is actually swipe the potions off of Corwin here. I mean, she doesn't need to keep them, right? She does have a +1 halberd and some arrows and her bow, so she's in good shape. I actually think I will take the good arrows. And for the time being, do that. I will definitely give her some arrows to leave with. Just like I was saying, it's good to keep them equipped. But for the time being, that's good enough. Matter of fact, I don't even think I'm going to bother putting a bunch of equipment on her or anything. Alright then.
I am here.
Did I run
Certainly.
around camp and check out these containers last time? I don't remember if I did
Your
or not.
concern? It is done.
And apparently I did not. Nothing in there worth having, though. The rest of that, though, is all pretty decent. Do I even have any potions of heroism floating around? Yes, I do. And then that is a cleric scroll.
Yes?
So get it in the appropriate container there. Were you singing to that rock? She said she was marking them on my map. I don't see any markings on my map. Unless she's just saying that she put those there, but I still can't see them because of the... Oh, there's Ed 1. Let's go back to Ed 1.
Your comment is unexpected, but not unwelcome.
Eh? What is this? Where did you come from? Careful, Odessiron. You can trust no one. Very well. I shall accompany you. For now, at least.
There we go. So, here's Edwin with all of Edwin's stuff. And she doesn't actually need any of those right now. Put them in the ammo belt. Who am I going to have carry all this stuff? Well, let's see. For the time being, let's just throw it on Glint. Can't take that. But I can take all the rest of this. I really don't like ditching Edwin because I had him through the entire the entirety of VG1 and had him pretty much set up the way I wanted him and everything. But I just really don't have a frontline fighter other than Minsk, so we're pretty well stuck. Which, yeah, so it wasn't really much point in picking up Corwin either, unless I'm going to... I could hang on to her for a little bit and just go ahead and drop Glint. Which is probably a good idea, actually. Of course, that being the case, then I need to once again move this stuff. The Great Inventory Shuffle. I will let Link keep his equipment with the exception of the bracers, which I'm pretty sure I gave those to him. And I will just pick him up some... Well, I should probably at least let him keep a stack of bullets. And that way, even if he runs out, he's got a +1 Morning Star to switch to. And now I can go pick Dinah here back up.
Yes, what dost thou wish of me?
Oh, wait a minute. I did not leave Edwin equipped with anything, though. Which is going to be a problem. So, let me reload this real quick and put something on him.
What is it now?
I shouldn't actually need the Robe of the Archmagi for Beleron.
Sweetheart?
And do I have just a crappy +1 staff I can give him or something? Definitely not giving him my staff of striking. I could always buy one, I guess, but I've got the staff mace +2. Which, I mean, I suppose I could give him that. I've got the +3 that I want to hang on to. But
Whatever you like.
what's in here? Nada. Okay, well, there's nothing in there, so
I am here.
I think what I'm going to actually
It
do
is done.
real quick,
I have many fine wares.
just to keep him equipped with something decent, because I've got plenty of money, I can do that. And that way, he's equipped for that final battle.
Yes, what dost thou wish of me?
Once I've got Dorn in the party, then I might revisit bringing Edwin back in anyway. But, I mean, for the time being, this is probably my best bet.
Yeah.
You called? You want me to leave? Seriously? We were having such a good time together.
You would have me leave you? Me? Edwin Odessaron? You would do well to check your senses. To ask such a thing, they must surely have taken their leave of you.
Okay. I don't know why I only had a quarterstaff +1. Oh, no, that's just it. She had the quarterstaff +1 on her. How unfortunate. Where is... There's all the stuff. So, quarterstaff +3. And a sling +3. And she's got plenty of bullets. And unfortunately just a traveler's robe because I don't have a robe with a good archmagi. I don't have access to one to put on her. I'm not sure if she actually needs any of this stuff, but let's see. Those can go in my bag. She's already got one of those. That at least helps. As does that. And now her missile armor class is ridiculously low. So, I could have sworn no, I've got the gym bags on me. That's just, I will put, actually I'm just gonna hang on to those two. Yeah, keep all that stuff on me. Drop these in the bag. And we're pretty much all set to go. What I think I will do for the, well, I'll do that for now. And I think everybody now has bracers. So those go in the bag. And that's where all my magic stuff is, so in the bag. There we go. So our party, at least for the time being,
A word?
of course, Captain Corwin, what can I do for you? Except it's all true, so it's a little hard. It's a bleak view. Normal bullets, who cares? Normal bullets and trash. This, however, is handy. The mirror of identification. The only problem with that, I don't know if it will be smart enough to take charges from this before going after my real scrolls, so change that around.
Your concern? Certainly. Yes?
See if she can identify it without using a charge, which she can't. Not that great a cloak, and don't really have anybody who needs a cloak so much. I'll go ahead and let her wear it for time being anyway. And actually I could give her at least a ring of protection. Until I'm ready to get... Oh, no I can't. Because her armor's magical.
We're closed.
Yeah, hey, you're closed. The building's absolutely gutted. Heirlooms? See, now you've got my attention.
All my stuff is authentic. Really, it is. All my stuff is authentic. Really, it is.
So we've got people disappearing. And we've got a merchant that can be stolen from. So why would you ever actually pay for anything from this guy when you can just steal from him instead? Elves and... Ooh, that's a nice bow. Unfortunately, I use a crossbow. But I could change my proficiency next time I get a proficiency slot and pick up short bow, because that's a really nice short bow. I may have to think about that. Well, let's go talk to this Teleria here and see what she has to say.
Good day, and hello to you.
She wants me to come meet her up in this area. And poof, she's gone. Wow, what is going on with the... Everything is very washed out looking. It's like it's overcast or something. The only thing I can figure is it's fog. Must be what it is. It must just be foggy. It's a little annoying, actually.
I am here. Indeed.
We got traps over here.
Your concern?
Aye? Yes.
Yes, certainly.
Guess I need to do it with me. There we go.
I am here.
There's no Baloth. Which means there's also no McKen. Alright, well, so bend the bars. It says I could bend the bars, but it's not letting me bend them. But that should be McKen in there. Great! That means I don't get... I don't get either of my evil spellcasters, at least until... I'm not really understanding why Baloth isn't here, unless that's a just a glitch. Because this is where he's supposed to show up. But there's no Baloth, there's no McKen, so... I actually really like McKen. That's a fun little character. Have a goblin playable character. But, And if they would put up with Edwin, I would just get rid of Safana and take Edwin, and this would actually be a fairly decent little party to run with. But that's not going to work. Not with Menzk and Dinah here. So once again, I'm left trying to figure out what I'm going to do with this party.
Your concern, it is done. Yes?
I much prefer wooded regions, but one must be flexible in these times.
Well, so we know where the refugees that have been disappearing are going. They're statues. So we will go the evil route and get her some replacements. Why? Because we can. Oh, I bet Corin is going to have something to say about this, actually. I hadn't even thought about that. I guess we'll see what happens.
Life is
I am here. Certainly. Your concern?
Dadgummit.
Yes.
Stupid web. Oh well. We already killed the spiders, so it's not like it really makes a difference.
Yes? Indeed.
I may actually have to remove Corwin from my party to do this quest, because I'm about to
I am here.
send one of her soldiers to get stoned. Everybody must get stoned.
Your concern?
Yes? Sword first.
Yes? It is done.
I don't think I activated that one.
You want? Let's talk more fight.
I am certainly. Your concern?
Alright, I am going to go ahead and save before trying this. Simply because I already assume I'm going to have to remove Corwin from the party before doing it. But I just want to try it with Corwin in the party to see what happens. So, let's find out what happens.
Yes? Certainly.
Order is what matters.
Like I said, Corwin's not going to let that happen. I figured she wouldn't let it happen. I just wanted to see what the reaction was. So, what we do... remove her from the party.
You sure you don't want me with you? The Grand Dukes told me to stay close.
Indeed.
I guess I will keep Glint with me for the time being.
Yes, that should do it. What? Oh! I didn't see you there. Well, I did. Obviously I did. I'm talking to you. I must have. But it took me a while. Sorry. What were we talking about?
Just to keep a full party.
Order is what matters.
Yes, let's just consign people to their death. Still bugs me that I can't get
Aye. Sword first.
I am here. It is done.
I care nothing for their fate. I only want my payment. I dislike the fact that doing that option keeps me from being able to purchase the golem from her, though. That's the golem can come in handy in that final fight if you talk her into selling it to you. Oh, I did actually identify it. Stone ally. So, at least we do get the... At least we do get the golem. So, I mean, there is that. Or the lesser golem. But you don't get the benefit of the big guy in the end fight. Ooh. Oh, okay. This is a problem. Obviously... Obviously, by actually following through on that quest and getting the reward, we've also lost the merchant. which I did not realize that was going to happen. And that merchant had stuff that I wanted. I was waiting, but yeah, that merchant had stuff that I wanted, and now he's gone. So, I think before we go up there and complete the quest...
It is done.
I am still going to complete it that way, because that's just the way this character would complete it.
Yes, that should do it. What? Oh! I didn't see you there. Well, I did. Obviously I did. I'm talking to you. I must have.
Yes? You sure you don't want me with you? The Grand Dukes told me to stay close.
I am here. It is done.
So, given that I have to go ahead and deal with him now, I'm actually going to go around.
It would be a beautiful night
around
for
camp
that wretched
and
moonlight.
Pickpocket these folks. Why? Because I can. Huh. Kind of surprised he doesn't have anything.
A pleasant enough walk. Though I feel solitary so far from civilization's walls.
Yeah, regular bullet. You know, I've got plenty of these. I think I'm going to do one more just to be sure. That puts me up almost at 200.
Yes?
Let's let everybody catch up. Most of this is garbage I don't need. Actually, one to sleep might come in handy. need to identify that before I move it off. Which I could do with a spell. I didn't mean to, but yeah, whatever. And I will definitely sell that, and I can just drop those. Although, doesn't hurt to give it to him, does it? Okay. Don't want Herod running off before I have a chance
I am here.
to rob him blind.
Certainly.
Does he actually have any? No, he does not. So,
All my stuff is authentic. Really it is.
really it is. I definitely want the bow and the lockpick ring. I don't really care about any of the rest of that. Oops.
Your concern? Yes? It is done.
You want me?
Oh, look at that.
Thy veerest too far from the path of right. Correct thine steps.
Yeah, I did not want to kill him. That was not... Let's try this one more time.
Here. It
All
is
my
done.
stuff is authentic. Really it is.
Thy
You
called.
want me?
Let's see if I do this in advance. If I do it, if I go ahead and charm him in advance, then
Right.
Your concern?
he will at least not turn hostile.
All my
Certainly.
stuff is
I still won't be able to do
Really
anything
it
else
is.
with him, but he won't turn hostile if I get caught. So, can still get caught like I just did, and now I can't talk to him, which means I still only got the things that I wanted to, that I specifically wanted to get, but that's all right.
Yes?
Aye. Let's talk more fight.
I am here. It is done. Your concern? It is done.
So there you go. Lesson learned. That's crazy, though. My pickpockets was 195, and he still caught me on my third try to swipe something.
Yes?
Order is what matters.
I am here.
That's just crazy. Which just goes to show you that pickpocketing really is just not worth all that much in this game, which it's not. Sometimes it's just one of those, you know, what the heck, let's give it a try type situations, though.
Your concern?
So now the Vanished has upgraded is finished.
Boo likes the forest. And I do too. There is much to nibble here.
So now I'm assuming when I come back over here, the merchant will be gone instead of hostile. It'd be interesting if it kept him over here because of that, but no, the merchant is in fact gone. Take a look at that. Alright. Grizzly bear.
A wizard's might.
Do not want to hit that bridge yet. So let's come all the way down here. Watch Minsk zoom around the map while the rest of us trudge along slowly.
Yeah, it's on first.
Certainly.
Bring the wolf along with us. Why? I got no idea. Just because.
I am here. Certainly.
You want Boo?
Your concern? Yes? Indeed.
There should be another one of those sing-songy things around here.
I am here. Certainly.
Yes, done and done.
Certainly.
Sweetheart? Right. Yes, I will.
What?
Death comes swiftly! Bleed for Shar.
Yes?
He ate my wolf!
It is done.
Oh, there we go. I knew there was something around here.
I am yours to command.
Swing and a miss.
I am here.
This is the end for you.
Your concern?
Okay. Back up
It is
until
done.
the web clears. I guess I could go around the other direction and clear a little bit more map while I'm waiting. I really don't like that I'm having to keep Savannah in the party, because we don't need another thief. I feel like it's a waste to do so, but...
Yes, certainly. I am here.
Watch out! Magic will end thee! Such creatures of evil must be destroyed.
I need a swig of some strong dwarven ale.
If undead weren't part of the deal, what was precisely? Are a couple hundred undead so much to deal with? Oh, they thought they were going to get adamant. Yeah, I'll go in, but whatever I find is mine. And here we are. That should be the 6th one right there.
Your concern, certainly.
At last I am free! Free!
Crummus. And how did you come to be trapped, Crummus? That's just bad. A little drastic, don't you think?
Artifian took Carleen and left me to die. Since then my spirit has wandered these woods, voiceless and alone. Until now, thanks to you, I can sing once more. Carleen, come to me, my love.
What is this? Where am I? Who? You. I remember you, Artifian. Foul one. I will destroy you. Destroy you all. You will plague me no longer, Artifian. Your end is nigh.
Well, this ends very differently when you don't have the goblin in your party. Interesting.
Huh? Sword, meet evil!
Huh. She's immune to plus...
Yes?
If she's immune to plus 3 weapons, I'm not really sure what I can do to her.
Trouble?
Oh.
Swing and a miss.
Okay.
I am here.
Maybe not immune.
Indeed.
At last I am free! Free!
I've done this already. Don't tell me I'm stuck in some kind of loop.
Artifian took Carleen and left me to die.
What is this? Where am I? I remember.
I guess it worked
It's you.
the second
I
time.
see you. Oh, Promise, my love.
Well, there we go. You guys are more than welcome to you know, join in and chat and you know, everything. It's more fun when we all interact.
Indeed.
Mind your backs! They're behind us now, too!
Unsheath your sword. Boo's knows it twitches. There is evil here.
Come at me!
What the heck is he doing?
A wizard's might!
You have my thanks, stranger. Deep Vane's my name. Rather Auckland Deep Vane of the Talhoun Order, or Doomathorn's Secret Gleam. What's left of it? No, I shouldn't have complained. We'd none of us have survived that onslaught without your aid.
Ah, there we go. See, you just talk reward, and we're all for it.
Have we nothing better to do with our time than roll around in the dirt seeking a dead dwarf?
When there's treasure involved, no, we do not.
Your concern? Yes? Indeed.
Because, you know, treasure. We likes treasure. What we do not like is bunches of
I demand.
undead.
Aye? Sword first.
What? Yes.
You call with flair.
Right.
I am certainly. Your concern?
Go for the ice, Boo! Go for the ice!
Uh-oh. Whoa, Misk has magic resistance? Since when? $25%. Did that come? Does it come from one of the scimitars? No. Where is he getting the 25% magic resistance? Oh, because I've got the Cloak of Baldurian on him. That's why. What he does not have, unfortunately, is negative plane protection. And he has gotten drained already.
Speak.
And I did not bother to memorize any negative plane protection either. He's level drained down to level 7 right now. I'm not going to...
I am here. It is done.
I'm not going to bother trying to restore him quite yet. Oh great, now I'm springing traps. It'd be nice if I actually found the traps, like I'm supposed to. Oh great, and now he's held. What the heck?
Yes?
Hello? What are you people doing?
Destruction! Ruin! Mayhem! I'll not finish for death!
I am yours to command. Another try I shall give.
What do you need?
What are you guys doing?
For sure.
Oh great. He... is still scripted to cast spells.
Time to go?
Velbol?
Uh-huh.
Wow. He doesn't have much in the way of healing spells memorized. Honestly, wasn't really planning on using him, so I didn't bother to change his spells around much.
Your concern? Indeed. Yes? I am here, indeed. Your concern?
Okay.
Yes, sword first.
I wonder if this cleric can do anything for
You've
us.
returned. What did you find? Any sign of Garen Coldheart?
Nope.
Yes, certainly. I am here.
Death come for you on short
Speak.
Swing and a miss.
Yes, I will.
Take it like a champ.
You're gonna make me regret it. Your little friends aren't dead.
Your concern? It is done. Yes? Indeed.
Keep watch for ancient tomes or any scrolls that might contain lost arcana.
Okay, so I cannot open that one. Nothing in there I need. Alright, Savannah is hanging on to those. And I don't think I kept any antidotes because of having those.
I am here. Your concern.
What are you doing?
Your need. Take it like a champ. Yes.
No one saw that.
I am here. It is done. Your concern. It is done.
More normal bullets that I don't really need, but I will go ahead and put on him just...
Yes?
for the heck of it. Yeah, a bunch of cold whites and stuff. Let's back this train up. And drop another fireball in here.
You let's talk more fight.
And?
What? Let's talk more fight.
I am here.
A wizard's might!
Much better.
It is done.
That is one thing about having all these fireball ones. Just go ahead and you know, get some use out of them. What the heck? We saw the trap. but then ran right into it. And you're still pushing me into it. Stop moving!
Your concern, indeed. Yes? Indeed.
Wow. More bad pathfinding. That open locks is ridiculous.
Your concern?
Of course, I do still have... I guess I still have potion in effect. Because this is only plus 25%. But geez, I should not have any problems with any locks going forward. Alright, more... If it's just zombies, I'm not going to worry about it. Okay, that's completely worn off. What am I looking at here? Yeah, 115 open locks. It's still, I shouldn't have any problems. Max out my, or put my fine traps up to 100 and keep cranking up pickpockets. My hiding shadows is good. These are just zombies, so...
I am your fair enough. This is the end for you.
These people are literally getting stuck on nothing.
Your concern? It is done. Yes?
And unfortunately, I'm not running with a bard in my party. Otherwise, that little treasure trove there would be awesome. And he managed to get himself held again. Wow. Minsk has a talent, and it's not a good one. I really do wish I had Dorn right now, because Dorn, not only does he have better saving throws than Minsk, but he has immunity to level drain. Okay, who do I want to give some magic resistance to? I could up hers instead of just electrical resistance. Let's do that. That gets Vicky from 50 to 57. A little better than half instead of just half. And for the time being, he can wear those. Meanwhile... Bard only. That's actually kind of useful. And that is also Bard only. But this, +2 save versus enchantment spells, not great, but then each time the wearer is hit, there's a 5% chance they get affected by a blur spell. She's affected by a blur all the time with that cloak on, so... It's not better than that, but I could stick it on the gnome for now. He is a gnome, yeah.
Your concern?
He's not a halfling, so the halfling cloak isn't going to help. Which, did I leave that on core one? I believe I did. I should have swapped him back out for Corwin before we came in here. just to get some negative plane protection.
Indeed.
Before we go down to the next level. I may go back to camp and rest.
I am here.
I hear.
Velbol?
Yes. Yes.
Your concern? Certainly.
Jeez, Minsk is still held. Come on, dude.
Yes?
I killed 2 ogres with a pitchfork and some boot black ones!
Yeah, and that just takes us down to the next level. With Minsk, with Minsk already level drained, I think it's probably best we run back to camp. Since it's not far, we can rest and we can memorize some protection, or some negative plane protection.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
Indeed.
Glint's more useful than Safana, as much as I hate to admit it. So, I think what I'm going to do is drop Safana for Core 1. I've got all kinds of +1 stuff. So instead of giving her +1 armor, I'll just give her back what she came with and give her a ring of protection. And do I have a magic short sword in here that I can part with? I don't really have anything I want to give her. I mean, I guess what I could do...
I have many fine wares.
What I could do is just go ahead... Maces, flails, morning stars, spears, quarterstaffs, halberd, dagger, short sword, long sword, bastard sword, two-handed sword, blah 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 blah. She can use a scimitar +1, and a short bow +1, and a stack of +1 arrows.
An army marches on its stomach.
And then I'll give her some Studded leather +1.
I have many fine wares.
He's got a
An army marches on its stomach.
scrolls and potions. Let's give him this infravision potion because that's just garbage. And he's got Master Thievery potions I can pick up if I need more, as well as potions of perception. But I definitely don't need any more right now because I've still got potions in my pouch here. Let's see. He actually has a couple things that I need to sell too. What do you know? Okay. She's not getting to keep any of that stuff. I don't care about Topsider's ring. So there. And now I'll get Corwin back in the party.
What do you need?
Hey there. You want me to what?
Actually, might as well. Does anybody else need gauntlets? Glank could use them for right now. I mean, it's still +1 to hit, +2 damage, regardless of what you're using, including the sling there. Let her hang on to that. Alright, so yeah, that leaves her in good shape. Granted, I don't have much in the way of arrows in here, but it's I mean, I've got plenty of arrows that I can load her up with if I'm gonna be running with her for any length of time. That's interesting. I didn't realize I was using my bolts of lightning. That was not my intent. Got lots of darts and I'm not using any of them because Edwin's not in my group.
I am here. Certainly.
I have many fine wares.
Actually, I may end up giving that to somebody. I am gonna sell those bracers though. I mean, AC8 bracers are just kind of useless. That's basically leather armor. There's another case for each, but I don't know that I really need a third case.
Your concern?
I am Zena, faithful of Tempus. Praise be to the Lord of Battles.
Alright. Wow, lesser restoration is 750? Really? I could just wait until I memorize it, but might as well just go ahead. But jeez, that's expensive.
You called?
Let's rework his spells since he's going to be with us for a while. Actually, protection from evil is not a bad idea. I'll go ahead and keep that in there. Hold person's not going to be useful down there. I mean, it's useful in general, but not in this case. So let's get rid of my hold persons. There's not anything in here that's going to be really super useful regardless. But I'll go ahead and add one more of each of those. Holy Smite I don't really care about. That remove paralysis might actually come in handy, considering how often Metz keeps getting himself paralyzed. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. And then I would normally just do Cure Serious here, but negative plane protection, especially since it only lasts for 5 rounds, we're going to need several of them. Although protection from evil 10-foot radius is going to come in handy too. So, what I will probably do... And I've got plenty of potions, so it's not like I really need,
Indeed.
I need a swig of some strong dwarven
yes, I'd like to rest. I have to pay to rest in camp. That doesn't make any sense. Ooh, cutscene.
You did not think me truly dead, did you? We've a bond between us, you and I. A connection even the sharpest blade cannot sever. A bond forged in blood, hatred, death. I held the sword coast by its throat. It wriggled and squealed in my grip. And then... you. I should have killed you, as I had so many others. But something stayed my hand. A weakness I had never known before.
Oh, poor Sarah Hawk.
Are we one and the same, my sister? One soul in two bodies. Born of the Lord of Murder, we will never end, you and I. Even in death.
The end is coming, gone already, brother. I've had my fill of vengeance. Nah. Prove it if you can. I failed you once, I'll do it again.
The cycle continued. Intriguing. Do you see now?
Still no new powers, though. That's what I really ought to be upping at some point, is my set traps, because that's pitiful. And maybe not in this game, but definitely in Baldur's Gate 2, traps can come in handy. Alrighty, so
I am here.
Everybody's got their stuff memorized.
It is done.
No, I guess I can get my experience talking to this person over here. And they give me a flute I can't do anything with because I don't have a bard in the party. I can't even identify it. It's a nice flute. The whole can memorize 2 extra first level and all that. That's nice. It's just I don't have any bards. Granted, there is a bard later I can pick up, but I don't know that I've really got a use for a bard in this party either. There it is. I mean, I suppose replace Dinah here with the bard, or Dinah here with Edwin and Minsk with the bard, and Glent with Dorn once I find him. That would work, I guess. It's kind of weird to keep Corwin in the party. She's such a goody-goody.
Indeed.
Matter of fact, she's probably going to complain about what we're doing in here, too, but that's alright.
Gather your party before venturing forth.
What, oh, I've got Deadshot, that's good. Oh, and actually I could be switching I keep forgetting that he's got Spider's Bane. I could be, when I'm facing these carrion crawlers, I need to switch to two-handed sword, and that way he doesn't lose, he doesn't get paralyzed. That's just a mistake on my part that I completely forgot he was carrying that. Home of Ancient Knowledge. Sometimes it's wise to think backward. That's going to come in handy. That's just nothing. Notes about phylacteries and being a lick. Which, if I were actually going to destroy the lick, that would come in handy also. But why would I want to do that? Lots of skellies.
What?
Let's see how long you last against me. I'll recover.
Your concern? Indeed.
Yes?
I can let her keep burning through. In fact, I can do that with him too. Burn through some normal ammo. I would not normally fool with the normal ammo, but I think a lot of the stuff in here I don't need magic ammo to face. And if the normal ammo is just going to be laying here, why not use it, right?
Yes? Indeed. I am here. Certainly.
Okay.
Your concern?
I think that's one of those situations where I'm going to want
Watch your step.
my negative plane protection.
Nothing good comes out of a place like this.
But let's wait.
Trouble? Yes.
Oh yeah, that's a mess right there. Yes, it is.
Aye.
You back up. No, 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 no. Aura of fear. No! Crap.
Speak.
This is already turning into a
Yes, Evan.
problem.
Yes, yes?
Yes?
Where is she going? You don't walk into the freaking room to fire a fireball wand. No, she hits herself with her own fireball because she wants to wander up into it. That is stupid. Ugh.
I am yours to command.
And?
What do you need?
Baldur?
Your orders?
I am here.
This isn't working. We have to try something else.
And right after I say I don't need magic weapons to do this stuff, I come right into something that I need magic weapons to hit. So there you go.
Trust no one.
I hear. Thy call, whatever thy wills.
My aim is true.
And he's run off and gotten himself in trouble already.
Yes. Whatever thy wills.
This is a disaster.
Yes?
A full-fledged, wholehearted disaster.
Thy demand?
Your concern?
Done and done.
Go for the ice!
Ha! My aim is true. I'll recover.
What?
You want Boo?
And?
I've done this a million times.
Go ahead.
Yes? Certainly.
Seriously, she didn't get covered by the protection from fear spell?
I've done this a million and
I'm
one
listening.
times. Gnomes
I
are
hear.
the best.
I am here. Indeed.
My magic will end thee. Another try I shall give. This will not work. I must try a different tech.
What?
This will not work. I must try a different tech.
Trouble? I need healing to fight on.
Speak.
goes a rat. Dust orn.
Aye.
Yep, he's about toast.
Another try I shall give. This one.
Doesn't it?
Yes, a dust orn.
I'll recover.
You called?
Your concern?
I'm looking forward to this.
I need healing to swing and a miss.
Yes?
Let's see how long you last
This will
against
not
me.
work. I must try a different tech.
Wait a minute. Whose weapon didn't work? Dinah
They
here.
called.
Oh.
Yes?
I am here.
No mercy for those who oppose us!
Your concern? It is done.
You want sword first.
Yes? It is done.
What? Let's talk more fight.
Wow. That was a mess. And it absolutely should not have gone that badly. But now Minsk is level drained again.
Huh?
I am yours to command.
Yes, yes?
Velbol?
I am here.
Gotta wait for the berserk to wear off because he'll actually attack us.
Your concern?
And I
It
don't
is
want
done.
that, so kill a little bit of time in here until it wears off.
Watch your step. Nothing good comes out of a place like this.
Oh. Why am I missing these traps? I mean, seriously, find traps with 95. I shouldn't be missing traps.
Yes? I am. It is done.
Okay. Hate wasting these because I haven't seen anywhere I can get them. Plus, this is greater restoration anyway. Well, at least it fully heals. So, let's do this. That doesn't look fully healed. It just looks mostly healed. Sword of Troll Decapitation. +1/+3 versus trolls. And it does fire damage, which helps clean up the trolls once you've killed them. So that's a handy weapon to have around for trolls. And then the Uncursed Staff, which is not good as a weapon, but it does adjust the strength of the mage up to 18, which can be handy, depending on the situation anyway. Alrighty.
Your concern? Certainly.
And a bunch more. Alright, so we back up.
What?
Thy demand?
Much better. Protects against fatigue. What is she currently wearing?
I am here.
Protects against confusion. It also gets +1 armor class, but let's get rid of this fatigue. Yeah, the fatigue does come back, though. Well, that at least gets rid of the fatigue without having to rest for the time being. And I also need a new fire wand for Dinah here. That one's got a lot of charges on it. Let's just try to find one that's got that's lesser. There's 7. There we go. Try to burn up some of these smaller ones first.
Your concern? It is done.
And there are skeleton archers on the other side of that wall. So, let's get our butts out of here.
Yes?
And
Certainly.
Instead of getting shot at,
I'll recover.
Your concern? It is done.
A den of stinking evil. Actually, this evil is not as smelly as it usually is. We come for you anyway. Well, scrubbed evil.
Can't open that from here.
Yes?
back up a bit since... That's actually back up a lot.
I am here.
Trouble? Yes.
Of course. Lots more undead. Let's run your butt back here.
I shall.
Your concern, certainly.
I killed 2 ogres with a bent fork and some boot black ones!
Yes?
Maybe I should call those wands if I don't really want to fool with these undead.
I am here. It is done. Your concern?
I'll recover.
Nope, a shadowed spirit, of course. Back everybody up.
And?
Yes? To battle!
I hear. Done and done.
Aye.
I'll recover.
Oh, come on! He's paralyzed. What paralyzed him?
Speak.
I killed 2 ogres with a bent fork and some boot black ones! No one saw that.
I am here.
The har!
You want boo?
Your concern?
And of course, he's too far away and he's dying.
What?
Yay.
Yes? I understand.
Yes?
Yes, I will.
This will not
Even
work.
you surface
I must
dwellers
try
have
a
to sleep,
different tech.
don't you?
Thy called.
What do you need?
Your orders?
I am here.
Time to go?
Right.
Yes, done and done.
Uh-huh.
Your concern, indeed.
What?
Thy demand. Done and done.
Hey!
That stings, doesn't it, Evil?
No one saw that.
I'll recover.
You called? Yes, yes?
Another try I shall give.
Swing and a miss.
Ha! My aim is true.
Doesn't it, Evil?
Yes? It is done.
Alrighty. That was ugly.
I am yours to command.
What do you need?
Baldur?
Trust no one. I've done this a million times.
Jalbir and Pulse. I am here. Shar guides my hand.
I've done this 1,000,001 times.
Go ahead. I believe it's almost time for a new hairstyle.
Gnomes are the best!
Your concern? Certainly.
Actually, don't have any use for it, so just pile it up on him. Yeah, she's still. Have it rest. There's no reason why she wouldn't still be fatigued. I think that opened that door.
Yes? I am here. It is done. Your concern?
Alrighty.
Aye, sword first.
I hate all of you.
Sword
deeply.
Evil! That stings, doesn't it, evil?
And? Yes, Abil.
Hey, what do you know? A greater restoration scroll. A protection from evil temple radius scroll. And yet another +1 quarterstaff. Now the arrows of anti-magic could certainly come in handy. is just junk.
Yes, indeed.
Alrighty. So now we can come activate the pool.
I am here. Your concern. It is done.
I could have sworn there was a third of those floating around somewhere.
Yes?
But I guess for the time being...
I am here.
Let's check in on Kalar Argent.
You know my name, you know my cause, but you do not know my story. Mine is a noble family, blessed in every way. The Argents are destined for greatness, or so some think. I thought it myself once. Thinking I could do no wrong, I wronged many, far too many. In time, I came to realize that my actions were not without consequence, that a price was paid, though it was not paid by me. I knew that had to change, but how? How might I redeem myself for my sins? For years I prayed for guidance, and then one day, one glorious day, an answer was bestowed on me by the gods themselves. Many have been taken from this world before their time, lost in the Dragon Spear Wars, dragged down into the 9 hells in defiance of the holy order of things. Some believe they are gone, never to return. I know better. With you at my back, I swear to you, what was lost will be restored!
Now I can check in on the hooded man.
You came. Good. I wasn't sure you would.
I was curious. I had to learn who would be so arrogant, so foolish, as to summon me in such a fashion. Who are you who thinks himself my equal? My better, even, judging by your message's tone?
Me? I am naught but a servant.
If you know who I am, you know that I do not deal with the servants of others. If your master would speak with me, I am happy to do so. Or has he grown so weak, even his words can no longer reach this plane?
Do not doubt my master's power, or our allies.
You think I doubt the Umbral Accord's power?
If you respected it, you would not do as you did in Baldur's Gate. The child of Bal belongs to my master.
I've done nothing to keep the godling from you.
You are trying to influence Bal's spawn, and in doing so, you interfere with my master's business. The Accord will not let this continue.
Perhaps you are right. Perhaps not. You do not speak for the Accord, and I do not bow to the demands of some broken fiend's lickspittle.
And finally, we can check in on how Emmeline's doing.
Concentrate, girl. Clear your mind of all thoughts.
That should be easy. A lot of people say there isn't much thinking going on in there to begin with.
I'm one of those.
You are not without wit, Imoen, but that will only take you so far. What you need and currently lack is focus.
Forgive me, Duke Janath. It's hard. My best friend is charging into a dragon's mouth, and I'm just sitting here, thinking about magic and stuff.
If you were truly thinking about magic, you'd not be talking so much.
I made a mistake. I should never have let them go face Kalar without me.
In your current state, you'd be nothing but a burden. If you truly want to help your friend, you must focus your mind and your energies on your studies.
You're right. I know you're right. All right. What am I supposed to do again?
Clear your mind.
Clear my mind. Right. I could do that. Clearing my mind. Clearing my mind. Mind being cleared. Clear mind. Cleared mind. Clear mind. Ah.
Alrighty.
Certainly. Your concern? Yes, certainly.
And going that direction literally serves no purpose whatsoever.
A wizard's might!
You called? Yep.
Ha! My aim is true.
I am here.
Because
it is done.
We're actually not going to kill the leg, so we don't need that room. One of the things I have to say about Siege of Dragonspear that they did not really, especially in Baldur's Gate 1 anyway, get right. Baldur's Gate 2 is a little bit better, but I thought they did a really good job in Siege of Dragonspear of actually giving the evil party something to do that fits an evil party, opposed to simply doing, you know, what a good party would do just to get an equivalent reward. Oh boy, imbued whites again. Just love those guys, don't we? I wonder if I can get this fast enough.
Yes?
I doubt it, but I guess we'll find out. And the answer is no. Cannot do it fast enough. All I did was take away his magic resistance and make sure that they damaged him.
Your concern?
What?
Hey, now wait a minute. He should not have taken any damage from... He's shielded.
Huh?
Which means he should have been immune to magic missile.
I am yours to command.
Yes?
I'll recover.
Trouble?
This isn't doing any good. Yes, yes?
Thy called.
Time to go?
I am here.
For Cloak Shadow! Uh-huh.
Your concern?
I killed 2 ogres with a pitchfork and some
for the ice
bootback
bull.
buns!
Go for the ice!
Certainly.
Alright, I gotta do something about the ammunition situation. Okay, at least enough +1 ammo to go around on those guys.
Yes, it is done.
That's a cracked and fragmenting leaf. That's just a leaf. A snowflake. And a sun. Now remember, we found that book earlier that said you should do things backwards. So, first thing we want to do is the snowflake for winter. The cracked leaf would be autumn.
The sly one protects us in the darkness. Good thing, too, because this place is nasty.
The sun is summer, and then the leaf is spring.
I am here. Your concern?
Yes, yes.
I'm pretty sure we got a bunch of bad guys in here too, don't we? I mean, we pretty much got a bunch of bad guys everywhere in this place. Yep, bunch of bad guys. There we go.
Velbol?
You want Boo?
Yes.
What?
What?
Oh, they were all using magic weapons anyway. Well, there you go.
Yes?
Speak.
I am here. It is done. Your concern? It is done.
So, the guy we're looking for has turned himself into a lich.
Yes, I will.
Yes? Indeed.
Who are you now? How did you come to this place? Auckland Deepvein is a fool. A few simple illusions, some well-chosen words of encouragement, and he was convinced wretched Doomathoin had blessed him with a vision of glory. He never could see things as they truly are, and he'll not see me again. But he may yet see you, if you would do me a service. I am kind to those who do me a kindness, generous to those who serve my needs. Bring the 5 Keepers' amulets to me, and I shall bestow upon you an item of great power. What say you?
I am here.
Well, I started out with BG1, and I'm just continuing straight on through the series with the same ball spawn.
Indeed.
But yeah, I mean, a lot of people didn't even bother to get SoD, even if they've got the enhanced edition. I mean, I like it. I don't. It's not as good as 1 or 2, but it's still pretty good. So.
Your concern, indeed.
Most certainly worth playing.
Yes?
And how are you doing tonight, Mr. A6?
I am here. Certainly.
You've returned. What did you find? Any sign of Gurren Coldheart?
I don't know if it's a matter of hate it, or it's just that the series is so precious to them that anybody else messing with it just pisses them off. I mean, we see that in a lot of forms of media, not just video games. So, I mean, that could be it just right there. That and the fact that Beamdog, when they first released the Enhanced Edition stuff, it was extremely buggy, and that left a bad taste in a lot of the fans' mouths. You can definitely skip most of it. I'm trying to do, with the whole run, I'm trying to do a bit of a completionist run. I mean, it's like with BG2, I'm not going to swap out party members to make sure that I do every single companion quest or whatever. But I'm still trying to do like most of the side quests and everything for the purpose of the stream. Now, here's the trick. I've agreed to both of their terms, and I've got the secret revealed, which I'm going to hang on to because I can use it to I can use it against the lick in Chapter 10. At least I think it's Chapter 10. But
your concern?
What I want to do is actually fulfill the lick's task, get the hammer from him, and get him to join up in the final fight. But the only way I can do that is if I have Edwin in the party. So I'm going to have to go swap out Edwin for the two of them just for the purpose of talking to the lick, which is a pain to run all the way back. I mean, I'm running. I am running an evil party, so I'm doing it not only the evil way, but doing it the way that gets me the most I can get out of it, evilly.
Yes.
So the first thing I will do here actually is I will pop a... I could have sworn I had one left in the bag. Yeah, go ahead and get this out. Get my pickpocket up a little bit more. Because what I want to do... I want to get the hammer before I actually fight them. Oh no, Corwin's not evil either, but the problem is you don't have access to a full roster of evil characters this early into SoD. But even through BG1, I tried to keep my reputation around average, and I mean, my reasoning on that is just like evil in our world. It doesn't go around announcing itself. You can't really be evil and get away with anything if everybody knows you're evil. But yeah, it's she's actually lawful good, which I want to get rid of her. I do. She's just, I got nobody else to fill the spot. He's neutral good, lawful good, neutral good. I've got nobody to take the spots. If I put Edwin in the party, I've got no frontline fighter at all. Because there's nobody that you have access to this point who is a frontline fighter. And for some reason, Baloth and McKen didn't even show up. So, literally, the only other evil character I have access to is Edwin. And that would leave me with like an extra thief and no fighter, or well, in his, he's a ranger, but still no frontline character, because Edwin and Dynahir will not be in the same party with Edwin. I mean, with Minsk and Dynahir will not be in the same party with Edwin. They refuse.
Your concern? Certainly. Yes? Certainly.
Wow, how much stuff does this guy have? Now that should be all 5 of them.
I am here.
And the main reason for using pickpockets to take the necklaces instead of just killing them here and now is that I can then turn around and use the hammer to kill them later. Which is silly, but I mean... The question is, since I gotta come back here anyway, should I just go ahead and sleep? Which I kind of think maybe I should. Especially with Baconia being fatigued from the Greater Restoration.
I need a swig of some strong dwarven ale.
No,
I am yours to command.
No, I actually kind of... The remove paralysis did come in handy.
Your concern?
Yeah.
Yes, it is done.
December's bad enough without ye bothering me.
I am here.
So now... remove them briefly.
Huh? What is this? You do not want Minsk's sword in your service? You know Boo will not remain with you if I leave, yes?
What? What is it you want now? It had best be worth my time, or there will be hells to pay. Are you trying to vex me? If so, you will have to try harder than that. But not much harder. Keep pushing. What? What is it you want now? It had best be worth my time, or that I know far more than you. Yet only this will I share. Learn deference before speaking to me again. What?
Wow.
What is it you want now? It had best be worth my time, or there will be hells to pay. I'll not speak of that treacherous witch. Just know that she is the worst of deceivers, and can you disturb my meditations? I hope you have a good reason to do so.
Finally. I shouldn't have to promise him anything because it hasn't been a year since BG1. He is forgetting that he's still indebted to me. And honestly, I wouldn't fool with him except for the fact that he is the way to get both both rewards from the lick. Otherwise, I wouldn't fool with it at all.
Yes?
Sure what that was. It just wore off. Oh.
I am here.
No, I don't know what that is. It wore off.
Indeed.
Anyway. Yeah, they try to build an intelligent bridge between the two, between Baldur's Gate 1 and Baldur's Gate 2. And they make a lot of story concessions to make sure that Baldur's Gate 2 starts consistently. But they completely ignore significant things from Baldur's Gate 1. Like the fact that he owes the protagonist a year's service, or you slaughter Dinah here in the first one for Edwin, and then you get into this one and she's like, my friend.
You must gather your party before.
Obviously, resurrection affects the memory a bit.
Indeed.
Ultimately, I think when we get to them, we will take Jaheira and Voglin, because I don't think I know Jaheira is neutral. I'm not sure about what Voglin is right offhand, but I know he's a Skald. He'll at least be more useful than some of the people I'm hauling around, like Glint and Corwin.
This is too much. We're not so desperate that we need to treat with the liches.
And Corwin has to complain. Oh, come on. Did I really do that? I can't believe I screwed that up. I left the identify mirror on Dinah here, so I don't have any way to identify the hammer. Not that it matters, I can still use it without identifying it. And I'm gonna want Metsk back in the party to kill these dwarves anyway, so. Although it's not necessary. Yeah, slightly. The mace is slightly better, except when you're fighting good aligned clerics, which I'm assuming is the case with these dwarves.
Velbol?
Hey! You called?
Your concern?
And let's be letting him use darts of stunning for this.
You. Again. What is it now?
Yes?
Yes.
I am here.
Actually, stop.
Your concern?
What am I doing?
It is done.
I am forgetting the primary purpose of this. Oh, crap. I said stop.
I'm listening.
I guess they didn't hear me when I said stop.
Certainly. I am here. Your concern?
Boom.
Yes? I am certain.
Ow! To battle!
Your concern? Yes? Indeed.
And that way I get the magic helmet too.
Indeed.
I need a swig of some strong dwarven ale.
Don't forget those bloated blood corpse things. Those were amazing.
Any clerics left alive? Nope.
I am here. Certainly. Your concern?
I don't think you can get much more evil in the execution of that particular quest than what I just did. There's not going to be any other mage that I recruit, so I might as well let him keep Evermemory. I mean, there's no real reason to take it away from him.
You would have me leave you? Me? Edwin Odessaron? You would do well to check your senses. To ask such a thing, they must surely have taken...
Yes, my friend, what can Minsk do for you? Or perhaps it is Boo you wish to speak to.
Dreadhammer +2. Not only does it deal cold damage to good aligned clerics. Oh no, that's basically what it does. Is deals cold damage to good aligned clerics. Never mind. For some reason, I thought there was more to it than that. That's kind of lame. That's all right. That helmet rocks, and that is enough. Really stinks that I don't have a dwarf in the party, because this helmet is really good for a dwarf, but +1 constitution is still nothing to sneeze at. Although there's no armor class, there is some physical resistance, but not a lot. He would only get 8 hit points out of that +1, putting him to 17. 9 doesn't do her any good. 15 would get her some hit points. And she's just wearing a normal helmet right now. So, I mean, might as well, as long as she's going to be in the party, let her wear it. And that Thaco is just amazing.
Yes, indeed.
I think I need to grab some more arrows, though. Because right now we're burning through them. Although, he's not using his, so I can always move his over. Yeah, I can just do that. I could use some more bolts, though, because I don't have any more bolts besides those.
I have many fine wares.
Wow, these are expensive. Won't be long before I'm running across some trolls, so I might as well have some fire let's... Let's do that. Get back into a more normal mode. Let's go ahead and visibility purge. Let's go with... Actually, protection from evil is still always good to have. But I'm not really needing... rid of a couple of those to add a couple of those. And I think what is she? She's got an okay, but she got rid of the remove paralysis. I'll let him hang on to a remove paralysis just to have one. And actually, I think I may, instead of Cure Serious Wounds, I may just give him Defensive Harmony. And then I think I'm good on... I did not give her a bunch of spells to read because I honestly didn't think I would be keeping her long enough.
I am yours to command.
But since it's looking like I'm gonna be hanging on to her for a little while, maybe it's time I burn some of these spells. You know, it's not like I'm picking up another mage anyway. So I might as well memorize what of these spells that I can, right? And actually, let's make it a little bit, let's improve the odds and everything a little bit here. And stop looking in the wrong bag. And grab a Potion of Genius. That puts her up to a 21, which is almost automatic on learning spells. And is unlimited on what spells she can learn, so... That gives her a lot more options. I don't know that I'm actually going to utilize any of them right offhand. I mean, armor would give her 1 more point of armor class, but I don't know that that's really necessary with where she's staying in the back and keeping stone skin going and everything. Mel's acid arrow is always good to have, but the question is, what do I... Oh, I ditch knock because I really don't need it anymore. Horror is also nice to have, but I don't really see anything that I want to drop for it. Maybe if I get 1 more spot. I really don't need to have Fireball memorized because I've got plenty of Fireball wands. I could pick up either Skull Trap or Slow. Invisibility 10-foot radius can be really handy though. I don't really like Ice Storm, never have. I've got a couple monster summoning wands, so I don't know that I really need that. I could either go with Minor Glow of Vulnerability or a Minor Sequencer, but I mean, I don't really need the Minor Sequencer. It might be fun to set up some sequencer stuff, but I guess I'll just hang on to the Ice Storm for now. It's not one of my favorite spells, but I may have a use for it. And then Breach in case we run across something with some good spell protections.
I am here. It is done.
I need a swig of some strong dwarven ale.
And here's Ski off doing what she's not supposed to be doing. I got bored.
Certainly.
Oh, she is so annoying. Here is another opportunity to be interestingly evil, which I guarantee you Corwin's going to throw a fit about this too, but hey, let's let her throw her fit, right?
Stop there. Are you living or dead?
More alive than you'll be if you don't stop waving that sword in my face.
Isabella, please. They're clearly alive.
Crusaders? Pfft. Do we look like we've nothing better to do than fan a mad woman's ego? No. The work we do has actual value. Right now, we hunt a vicious undead creature. Keep out of our way. We have the vampire cornered. He's riddled the path with traps, so we can't get to him. But by the same token, his only way out is through us. Meet us here after dark if you want to help us finish this.
Your concern? Certainly.
Hey, what do you know? I got a level. Awesome. Definitely don't need it in open locks right now with the way my gear is. But I won't have that gear in the future, so there is that to think about. Like I said, I really do want to up my set traps, but I need to worry about all this other stuff. I don't know that I will ever really have the points to be putting points in set traps. And there's no way to go back and look at what I've got right now either. You know what? I'm going to put them in set traps. What the heck? I know I'm close to 100 on all of this, if not over. And I've got Potions of Master Thievery. It's just going to be... It would still be a long time before my traps are to the point where I could use them consistently, though. But what the heck, right? So yeah, Hiding Shadows is 98. My Pickpockets is only 75. I've got nothing that improves that. But everything else is in good shape, so why not? And really the only other thing I could increase from here would be Detect Illusion. And yet I still almost stumble onto these traps.
Yes?
Do I even want to go in here?
You must gather your party.
That is the question.
Indeed. I am here, indeed. Your concern?
So if I had the stakes with me right now, I could kill him. But I don't want to kill him.
It is done.
What I want to do is side with him, but I guess I have to wait till after nightfall to do that. I thought maybe I could talk to him during the day, but I guess not.
Velbol?
Why does she not have a weapon? Why does she not have a weapon? Did I put the hammer in here? Oh, I put the hammer in here, that's why. Okay.
What?
Well, the what is you need a weapon. Alright, so if everybody is attacking the leader...
And?
And I didn't memorize any sleep.
I hear.
We will use the wand of sleep.
Here comes 300 swing and a miss.
To...
Thy wish for intelligent conversation?
Yes, yes?
Yes?
Speak. I am here. Your concern? It is done.
And no reason to... Hey! No reason to waste ammo. Well, fine. If you want to stand back and shoot normal arrows, you can do that. Whatever. Oh, wait. No, let's do this.
He pestereth me with more demands.
She ID'd the gem blade. Let's make some money off of these sleeping idiots. Wow, I got to hit one. And it gave me a water star gem, which is not a great gem, but whatever. So yeah, the gem blade creates a gem on a hit. And if they're asleep anyway, why not go ahead and take advantage of that fact?
Your orders?
Alright.
Your concern? Certainly.
So, either way, the orcs are dead. And we find Rasad. Who, despite being good, could actually be handy in this party. Really, the question is, do I want to keep him around for his... to have some extra divine spells?
It is good to see a friendly face in the wilderness. I come to join you on your quest, if you will still have me. I took some time to reflect on what really matters in this world. Helping the needy is a worthy ambition, but Baldur's Gate is not where I should be right now. Would that I could tell you, my friend. I am grasping at shadows, perhaps real, perhaps imagined. I will not drag you into my darkness. Not until I know the truth. When my path is clear, you will be the first to know. Until then, I would join you. If you'll have me.
The thing is, if I take him, whoever I ditch is going to go back to camp, so I can't just swap them right back out. And I'm thinking he's not gonna be equipped to be of any real use right now. So let's...
If that is your wish, my friend,
send him to camp.
May Selune smile upon you.
That's all there is to this map. And let's see, it's hour 13, so I'm going to have to rest just to get to nightfall so that we can do the vampire encounter. Because there's nothing else to do here. There's nothing. Let's see. Healing potion. Potion of freedom. Potion of agility. And there should be fortitude in here too. There it is. Potion of fortitude. I kind of remember that I've got that Durlag's goblet too, because having several charges of heal is actually really handy. It would have been great in that last big fracas in that undead place, where the lick was, and I completely forgot. Just like I wasn't taking into account the stone ally either, because when I was getting my butt kicked, I could have popped that out too. This does not appear to be after dark, but maybe it's dark enough. I mean, it is 9 o'clock.
Who's that?
Jeez. And then poof, it's dark. Alright.
Yes?
Actually, before
I am here, certainly.
Before this even trips. Come over here.
Your concern?
Let me go back. Let me go into the shadows. Yeah.
Yes? It is done.
Who besides me has the best charisma? Nobody really.
Hmm? Yes. Who's that?
What do you mean it come back after dark? Is this not dark? They literally changed the lighting completely. It's dark.
I am here.
Yes, I've been.
I also haven't been using
Would
Corwin's
still like
called
to see
shot.
a magic trick? There. What do you need? I has thy nose.
What?
Jalbir and Pos.
Your concern?
Or any of my myriad
Yes?
abilities.
Certainly.
So I just need to kill an hour. Which will literally be a matter of running around in circles, pretty much. Come on, seriously?
I am here.
That is really nice. All of those are actually pretty nice. Unfortunately,
Your concern?
you have to set near quite a bit. There we go. Alright, now it's 2200.
Go ahead.
Surely.
Yes.
Yes? It is done.
Who's there?
By all means, let's introduce ourselves before the stabbing begins.
My name is Solak, though that is of little consequence. What matters is that I've done no harm to these fanatics so bent on my destruction. I ask you, is this right?
Enough talk. Kill the monster, now!
I am what I am, but even a creature such as I can serve a purpose in this world. Let me pass, and you will be richly rewarded by my master. Again, I cannot say, but I assure you he is very wealthy.
I'm listening. Right.
Aye?
Shar guides my hand.
Time to go?
Then asks, what do you want?
I am here. It is done.
Destruction! Ruin! Mayhem! All the synonyms for death!
Boom! One hit. Got to love
By cold.
those one-hit kills on mages from backstabbing.
Your concern? It is done.
You have my thanks. Watch for my messenger.
Adventurer's robe is garbage. And there's the shield, which actually doesn't stink, but I don't really have anybody who can make good use of it. I mean, alright. It's plus 3 armor class. And it can do fire damage and blind them. But there's no protection from missile attacks. And it can do sunfire once a day, but again...
I am here.
Sunfire is a difficult one to make useful. This is plus 3 armor class. It does work against missiles, and it raises her turn undead level. But if I just tell the guy that I'm going to keep all of his heirlooms, which will not make him happy, but I'm not here to make him happy. I'm here to see what, what I can get out of it.
Certainly.
You have been
waylaid by enemies and must defend yourself.
It is done.
Waylaid by enemies and must defend myself. Trolls. That being the case,
yes.
What I can do
Yes?
is, no? I can use it and just take out the trolls.
You want Boo?
A crit will give him a point of strength for a turn. And he can take out the trolls without needing any more assistance. But he does lose armor class when he does it. He loses armor class, he loses attacks. He actually even loses damage because those... But what I don't need is fire-based weapons to actually kill the trolls because he can finish them off himself.
What?
I believe it's
Yes,
almost time for a new
trust no one.
hairstyle.
Thy demand?
Everybody's using missile weapons.
I am here. Certainly.
And then...
Death comes swiftly!
A wizard's might!
Swing and a miss!
Alright, the trolls near death.
Your concern? Yes? I am here.
I hate all of you. Deeply.
Huh? Here comes 300. When danger calls, Minsk answers. Sword first.
Yes, I do.
Your concern?
I keep sword. Please. Evil.
Ha! My aim is true!
Bleed for Shah.
Alright, he did not... So I'm not losing anything.
Yes?
What?
I am here. Your concern?
That is a yes.
Certainly.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
Certainly.
And now we're about to have to deal with some more trolls.
I am here.
Aye?
Your concern? Certainly.
Yes?
I am yours to command.
I've done this a million times.
Yes? Indeed.
No one saw that.
I'll recover.
Wow, did I miss? I did. 2 -2? Why did I have a -2 to hit? That doesn't make any sense. Oh,
I am
because I freaking shot at close range.
Indeed.
I'm looking forward to this.
Your concern?
You want boo? Here
Just
comes
win.
300 pounds of justice! What?
Velbol?
Yes?
I'm listening.
Destruction to ruin! Mayhem! Other synonyms
A
for
historical treatise on Dragonspear
I am
Castle.
here.
Somehow I don't think that's gonna be
Yes?
anything worth having, but it might actually be some interesting information in there.
Your concern?
Trouble?
What?
I've done this 1,000,001 times.
So, let's see here.
Yes? Certainly. I am certainly. Your concern?
Just a second. Alright, let's head on down. Yeah, I knew this was gonna, this is just ugly. This is just ugly.
And?
Yes?
I suppose we could rush back up the stairs to get ready for this fight.
I am here. It is done.
Let's see how long you last against me.
Go for the eyes!
Speak fair enough.
I'll recover.
So they're already kind of piling up on us.
It is done.
Your orders? Right.
No. Yep.
Yes, certainly. I am here. Your concern?
Okay.
Let's see how long you last against me.
Aye.
I hear.
You called?
Yes, Evelyn.
Yes?
Yes?
To battle!
In Baravar's name!
You want Boo?
Thy called.
Yes, yes?
What?
I am yours to command.
I am here.
I'm looking forward to this.
Make way, evil!
Let's see how long
I'm
I'll recover.
armed to the teeth and
I'll recover.
Your concern?
Aye.
Well, bold.
Yes? Certainly.
Alright, that was nowhere near as difficult as I thought it was going to be.
The Sly One protects us in the darkness. Good thing, too, because this place is nasty.
Of course, there was just a couple of gems in there, so it really wasn't that big of a deal. What I did get out of it is this sling, so I mean, there is that. But I've already got a +3 sling, and if I'm not mistaken, yeah, that's just a +2. That is really good for halflings, and I don't have any halflings.
Certainly.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
It might actually be worthwhile to have Dynahair memorize a couple sleep spells. Don't have nearly as many situations where you can use them.
It is done.
In this game as you do in the first one, but there are still situations.
Indeed.
I hide myself from the light.
I can take a look and see what Rasad's got on him.
It is good to see you again, my friend. What do you need of me?
Level 7, yeah, whatever. So yeah, not even 110,000 experience, which is pretty lame. That's what I'm looking for. You can do Soul Ray, the Sun Soul Ray thing, but that's not a... Fifth level, you can do Flaming Fist. 6th level, he's got an additional use of the Sun Ray, but he's not even 8th, so he doesn't even have Greater Sun Ray. He does have the Glimmering Bands, but they're not that great. He's got a bunch of bullets and a +1 sling, which he should not even be using. I much prefer dart on him to sling. And honestly, since he has no real need for bullets, what I'm gonna do... Oh, of course, I got rid of the one guy who actually had all of the normal bullets on him. But regardless,
yes,
I think he's at a point where his fist, let's see, 10 and 2 to 11. 11 and 3 to 10. This is 12, yeah, 12 and 2 to 11. So it's basically a point of damage for a point of to hit. And how many attacks? He's got 3 per 2 or 2. So there you go. There's really no reason for him to be attacking armed at this point. Anyway.
I am here.
So can just set him up like that and get rid of him. But keep all of this nice. All these nice bullets. Keeping the nice bullets for us. All works out in the end. Oh.
What is it?
Hey-ho. Put him up to 200,000. So I can level him. He does get a new proficiency, which I prefer him to have dart to sling anyway. Alright, changes things a little bit, but still not enough to warrant, a change in my plan. What I do want to do, since I've given him Dart now, is give him some darts. I've got darts of stunning, I've got darts of wounding. All the other darts are on... what's his name? On Edwin. Huh. Well. Okay.
Your concern?
24, 24, 24, 18. Pop 19 of those out. I will be selling some of that stuff.
Yes, it is done.
I have many fine wares.
At least give him that. I think all of that would be considered miscellaneous.
What do you need? An army marches on its stomach.
So I will give him the vestments, the failed phylactery, both of those, and the winter wolf pelt. Why is there a ring of princes in there, and why do I have 4 of those left? I should have given him all to... what's his name? I can get a lot more out of these elsewhere, can't I? I'll wait till I fill up to worry about it then.
Your concern?
What I can do, though...
Yes?
Alright.
You want me to leave? Seriously? We were having such a good time together.
It is done.
You have no need of me, my friend?
Lots of potions of cure light wounds, but I don't think I'm actually in a position of needing to rest quite yet.
Yes.
I am here. It is done.
About to have a fairly tough fight, but that's okay.
Your concern?
Now, I do have the Sand Thief ring, which has 7 charges on it. And I've also got 15 invisibility potions. So, I should probably, with the tight quarters on this next fight, make use of those. It is done. Now, I don't have any halfling characters, so the Firefly and this halfling cloak that belongs to this guy, neither one are of any real use to me. And then that shield that belongs to him is not of any real use to me either. Now, I could just be a jerk and keep all of his stuff. But at the same time, he's got a returning dart that I won't get. Which I can't even pickpocket off of him, I don't think. I suppose I could try. Just to see if it can be done. Let's try it. I will say...
I am here. Your concern? Indeed.
Nothing. And generally when it says that, it means that they don't have anything. But just to test out that theory... Alright, and that is with a 235, and he still doesn't have anything, which I didn't think he did. They make it a whole lot harder for you to get rewards that you don't actually earn through thievery and whatnot in this one. Which, you know, it is what it is. So, bottom line is, I know I want the mirror. I like having the extra identifies handy. Do I actually want the other 2 items? Because I kind of do want the dart. It's a nice dart.
Certainly.
And I've just got no use for the other items.
Oh, it's you again. We're still closed.
Here, take this dart. He was gonna kill himself with it. With a dart. That, you know, A dart. I risk life from your priceless heirlooms, and this is my reward? I hope you're offering me more than this for my efforts. You think your life's hard now. Believe me when I say I can make it much worse. Yeah, so I cannot get around. Now, I wonder if I can steal them back. Again, I very much doubt it. I don't think it'll let me save right now either. No. I very much doubt it would let me steal them back right now either. And they're just not that important. So, screw it. Let him go. I still got to keep the mirror, which is the one that I will actually use. And I will use the dart once Edwin's back in the party. A returning dart that, you know, also does acid damage. That's pretty awesome. this is where things are going to get ugly. They do a little hemming and hawing beforehand, which kind of sucks, but let's go ahead and buff up for this fight.
You called?
You know, as long as I've got them both in the party, I ought to let him handle all the chants and her handle all of the draw upon Holy Might, because it's not like he's going to use it much at all. I mean, it could increase his... It increases dex too, though.
Yes, yes?
Thy called?
What do you need?
Yes. Thy demand?
Yes?
I am here. Certainly.
The hero is here! On their own!
The elites failed? Gods!
Wait! What are you... No, don't!
Crossing is down. God damn it. This is our chance to prove ourselves to Kalar. She wants the hero of Baldur's Gate. Cut off their retreat quickly.
Take them!
Okay.
You want Boo?
Velbol?
What?
I'm going to throw a hold person out there. You go ahead and throw a hold person out there. You glitter dust over there.
Yes? Your orders?
Why can't she use her called shot? Has she already used it? She is set up to use special abilities, so she's probably used them. Well, that's fine. At least her called shots get used that way, because I always forget to use them anyway. So it's not like it's any real loss.
Your concern? It is done.
Okay. Here we go.
What?
And?
I am here. Indeed.
Her name.
What?
Go ahead.
Uh-huh.
I hear.
Her name.
Your concern?
Yes?
Speak.
Zahar!
I'm listening.
Curse you, Jeebus. Do you know what your cowardice has cost us this night?
Heffernan, what happened here?
The hero of Baldur's Gate arrived, milady. Unbound and unescorted by your elites, this man panicked. He destroyed the bridge before our prey could cross.
There is nothing to forgive, Javis. The fault is mine. I should have warned you of this possibility. It is time this child of Baal and I had words.
Hey, welcome to the stream.
Crusaders, stand down! I am Kalar Argent. I know you hear my words. I would speak with you.
This may be our only opportunity to communicate directly with Kalar. We have to take it. I'll not dishonor my fellows assassinating an enemy who's called for parley.
Can't stand Corwin. She is so annoying.
Try and kill her now, and we'll do nothing but lose a valuable opportunity. Maybe you can speak with her, get a sense of her weaknesses. Shield your own, and maybe we can win this day.
And so the hero of Baldur's Gate comes from my head. Shall we speak and see what truth comes of it? We stand poised on the cusp of a new age. Someday all Farron shall look to this moment and say, then, that was when everything changed. I am not your enemy. Consider for a moment the poison my agent sought to use against you. It may seem that we stand on opposite sides, but it is not so. Our goals align closer than you know, and there is much we could achieve together. I am a drop of water in the river of my army. We will wash away all opposition. Return to Baldur's Gate. Tell the Council not to oppose me. Nay, no child of Baal am I, nor any other god. I am an Aasimar, descended from a Solar that blessed my line generations ago. Is blood what matters to you, or the message?
Blood matters when it's spilled in service to a message.
In our lifetimes, 2 Dragonspear wars have ravaged this land. Fiends set out from the castle, bringing ruin to the land, and dragging thousands of innocent souls into the inferno before being beaten back for a time. Those who follow me lost wives and husbands, parents, children, friends. But what was lost can be restored. I will bring those tortured souls back to Toril.
Yeah, you can't march into the nine hells and claim the devil's due. It's madness to even consider
You're
it.
willing to condemn the unjustly imprisoned to an eternity of torment, then. Eternity, Ballspawn. Consider this. Would you hesitate if one of your own were cast into the hells, whatever their deeds? Or would the Dukes be fighting you now to keep you from what you feel is right? Countless lives were lost as the fiends erupted from Dragonspear. A tide of hate and sulfur ravaging the land. None could escape. There was nowhere to run. Families, homes, loved ones. Every soul caught in a fiend's grip at the moment of their death. But it does not end there. They are taken to the nine hells. Their blood boils, their skin blisters and bursts. Devil's claws rend their soul, tearing it to shreds. But they cannot die. I hear them. I hear the screams of the unjustly damned. And I will not turn a deaf ear.
And it's a fool's errand and a blind mad fool at that. The hells will not surrender their souls, only take more, including your own.
You have done little to fight the calling in your own blood, and you cannot judge me for the same, Ballspawn. Murder beats in your heart, justice and salvation in mine. In the end, we will see which beats stronger. You and I will meet again. Of this I am sure. We do not need to meet as enemies. Reconsider your course, I beg you.
And
I am here.
Here comes 300 pounds of justice!
Ha!
Trouble? Yes.
You go over there so you're not trying to kill us with your berserk rage there. Meanwhile, we can claim all of this loot. Black Pit's flyer. Yeah, you say that the Black Pits thing happened, except there's no evidence of Bailoff on this map. So, yeah, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Yeah, there it is. Do that. Do that. Do that. Do I have any more heroism just floating around? I do. So I can fill that up.
Yes?
Let her finish picking up the stuff that needs to be identified. So far I've done it all without even having that on. Alright. Festering Spear. Yeah, I kind of thought it was cursed, but no, it just inflicts bleeding damage. Never hurts to hang on to stuff when you've got a freaking bag of holding and plenty of room. Once I start running out of room, then I'll have to start getting rid of stuff, but that leaves me decent stuff to actually equip followers with that I'm not going to carry around with me. Might as well just keep that over here. I can be using that too. Alright, so is that everything? No, it is not.
I am here.
Definitely can't see me needing to use more than 1 or 2 suits of plate, but what the heck, right? I mean, again, if I start running out of room, I can start selling stuff, but... she's got a 5 and a 3, so I can hang on to that one. Heck, I could actually... just give her the oil of speed. Potion of explosion should be in here. It is. But yeah, Frost Giant and more extra healings are in there, which means I'm doing good on my extra healing potions too.
Your concern? It is done.
Alright, all the city's problems have Qilafae at their source. Let us make our way to Dragon Spear. Yeah.
This is handy. For me, I mean. My Uncle Hoach lives near Boriskir. This might give me a chance to check in on him.
So that was Qilafae. I'm beginning to understand why so many have flocked to her banner.
Yeah, if you can ignore the suffering she caused, she makes a compelling case. Sure, whatever. Banners burn, sheep flee, would-be prophets who overstep themselves die. That's...
Let's head back to camp. With Timora's favor, we might make Boriskir Bridge before the Crusade sets up another ambush for us.
And... I've almost cleared this map.
Yes, it is done.
I'm not going to find what's up here. There's actually a stash up here, but I can't find it because I don't have the goblin in my party. Of course, the stash isn't really of much use without the goblin in your party either, so there's that. But I still wish I could recruit Baloth and McCann. But once again, not only is there no sign of Baloth, but somehow the wild dog managed to get himself recaged. How does that work?
Your concern? Certainly.
Yes?
Yes?
You are welcome.
Is there something I can do for you? I simply thought that if we're to travel together, face Kalar Argent together, we might do well to get to know one another.
Oh, she would love that response.
Look around you. Are you in a tavern? A whorehouse? No? Then grow up. We have work to do. You have work to do. Stop playing the fool and do it.
Yay! A gold bust of myself, which is not actually even worth much. That's the hilarious part. It's worth next to nothing anyway.
I am here, indeed.
I still might make more selling it elsewhere. Where I'm missing somebody. Corwin got lost when I flirted with her. Okay, let's...
A pleasant enough walk, though I feel solitary so far
What's going
from
on?
civilization's walls.
It'll take us some time to break camp and scout the best way for the troops to take. Meet us at Bridgeport when you're ready. I'll mark the directions on your map if you don't know the way.
I need a swig of some strong dwarven ale.
So, the Shining Lady is not the child of Baal some claimed her to be.
Interesting.
Though she is not of Baal's blood, thou art. I shall remain with you on this expedition and see how it might illuminate the prophecies of the wise Alundo. Lead on. I shall follow.
Boo likes the forest, and I do too. There is much to nibble here.
Good day, and hello to you.
With the coastway crossing destroyed, the only safe route across the winding water is Boriskir Bridge, where your father Baal was murdered by the mad god Cyric. Each step toward the distant landmark fills you with unease. You are not alone in that. The Flaming Fists also fear what may lie ahead. If Kalar has destroyed Boriskir Bridge, the expedition will not reach Dragonspear Castle in time to stop the crusade. The forces of Baldur's Gate and its allies will be outmatched, slaughtered. These fears grip your allies, but also drive them forward. The anxious whispers fall silent when the march is called to a halt less than a day's travel from Boriskir. The Flaming Fist sets up camp and prepares for the next meeting with the Crusade, while you plan your next move.
I am sorry for your loss, but rest assured that your husband's sacrifice will never be forgotten. Signed, yours ever in faith, Kalar Argent.
I am sure the family will find your words most comforting, milady.
More letters of condolence, my lady? Surely there are other, more urgent matters that require your attention?
I am not of a mind to argue this again, Heffernan.
Their deaths lay heavy on us all, my lady. But they sacrificed themselves for a greater good. Letting their passing distract us would do them a disservice. Condolences can wait.
You are correct. We cannot afford distractions at this juncture. Gather the faithful. We have much to do.
Yes? It is done.
The word on the road is that Kalar's followers have taken Boriskir Bridge and surrounded Bridgeport. We'll not cross the winding water until they're dealt with.
The watches have been set and scouts deployed, Corporal?
Trolls we can handle. It's the Crusade that worries me. We should make contact with those in Bridgeport, if there are any left. Be prudent in your ranging. One of our scouts stumbled onto a troll cave to the northwest. She barely made it back alive.
Yeah, troll caves are fine. Alright, so let's see. This is the Troll Claw Woods. Can't save it this time for some reason. Oh, got a messenger coming. And oh, look at that, an iron stone. Troll blood, +3 versus trolls, and 1 hit point regeneration per round. Very nice. Very nice. Regeneration is always a good thing. And look at that, we got multiple levels that we've gotten out of this. She might as well put her ring back on. Alright. Viconia got a level and gets a 1st, 2nd, and 5th level spell. And I really think for the first one, as much as I would like that Cure Critical or even a Flame Strike, Chaotic Commands is good. There's a lot of good 5th level spells, but I think True Seeing is probably going to be the best. And now he also levels. And he actually even gets an extra proficiency. Probably go ahead and go with Warhammer. His thieving skills. He's got 100 open locks, 100 find traps, and open locks. I think his pickpockets are actually better than mine at this point. So did he just level in Thief, or did he level in both? I didn't even pay attention. Well, he's got more spells that he can memorize, so there's that. Holy Power is actually a good spell, but it would be a better one for Viconia than it would be for him. Let's do this. Let's do Protection from Evil on him. And let her take Holy Power. Yeah. Let's do that. That looks like a plan. And did I say no? I went to save it and I couldn't. So let's Troll Claw Woods. Unless you know, unless you guys really want me to continue tonight, I'm thinking maybe this is a good place to. I'm thinking maybe this is a good place to call it for the night, and then pick up tomorrow. I think that sounds like a plan. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me, and I will catch you on the next stream.